Fire and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment. Enemy dropping into the AO. Now we do this for real. By completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets. Set a drop point for your team, soldier. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Get to the target. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy dropping into the AO. LZ's a mark. Take a line. Enemy soldier incoming. Contract time expired. Stand down. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy soldier incoming. UAV overhead. Enemy attack chopper incoming. Take it down and secure the cache. incoming. Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy dropping into the AO. Alright, that's enough mucking about. Now we do this for real. Plunder. Secure cash by completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets. Set a drop point for your team, soldier.
Take the stick. It's party time! It's party time! It's party time!
Enemy UAV overhead. Extraction is standing by. Marking LZ for pickup. Enemy UAV overhead. Proceed to the marked location and secure the area. UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead. UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead. Be advised, there's an enemy team hunting you. tracker. Good work.
They would paper cut you with little itty bitty machine gun bites. And these machine guns don't seem like they do a lot of damage by themselves, but when you've got 3 of these guys circle jerking around you, you know, going 40 miles an hour left and right, and each one is plink, 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 and at you, you know, you go from having 3,000 health strength to like 0 in like 2 seconds. So you had to learn how to fight against stuff like that. You know, you had to learn how to splash damage an enemy's components, because you could damage weapons and components and make them inoperable. Your mech had to be armed to deal with situations like that. I had grenades on my mech just for that situation.
What's the new character?
In case they need that shit.
The new character. Yeah, the new mech.
Oh, it's the get the DJ, SCR, and then Murdoch. Quite drop. The guy in the DJ is pretty badass.
So yeah, you know, if I could ever get a game like that to come back out, that would be fucking dope. They had boss battles.
Can you guys listen to my text?
They had boss battles in the game where it would be the whole server, right? The way they did this is you would be in an instance. It would be your 4 fighting the boss, right? But there would be 1,000 different instances of that server running, and so everybody would be in their own separate instance fighting this boss. So it was kind of cheesy because it was just you and your friends fighting it, but in reality it's the whole server fighting it. You just don't see anybody else fighting it, and these bosses were fucking stupid huge. Like the first boss you fight, everybody called it the garbage can boss, because it looks like an old school aluminum garbage can with legs, but this motherfucker has so many goddamn missile launchers and fucking mine throwers and shit, it's not even fucking funny. We sat up, me and the boys, fighting that thing, and it took like 2.5 hours to finally kill it.
Well, my account got banned till the 28th, so I don't really care about the BJ.
You send somebody to fucking message?
No, this kid was pissing me off on, like, the other team. Like, he was
on party chat or what? I can't hear shit you guys say. Just read.
I mean, plug your actual mic in instead of using your cell phone.
I muted him because he keeps on using that stupid voice shit.
People sleeping here.
Oh, people are sleeping. That's why you're not using your mic. Okay.
What I text, does it sound in audio to you guys?
Yes. You can even change the voice if you want the female.
Oh, okay. Well, suck my robotic nuts.
No, this isn't a case of you're gonna love my camera guy.
It's funny, I've been playing Plunder on Call of Duty, and I got almost all the Halloween shit in one night.
The voice sounds robotic.
Yes, it does.
Ah, fuck. No. Quit trying to shot me, you big
Check your
wing
gear and
bitch.
weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment.
God damn.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh, this is so fucking annoying.
Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off. Plunder. The job's simple. Secure more cash than the enemy. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team. Be advised, there's an enemy team hunting you.
Alright. That's what I would do. Damage this weapon upgraded. Oh god.
Primary LZs are marked. Extract is standing by.
Oh, come on.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I hate when they put it on the top.
Hi.
Oh, fuck. Come back, you little bitch.
What the fuck? Nah, what the fuck is this shit? Stop fucking trying to. Nah, you bitch ass motherfucker. Stop trying to do that. This fucking goddamn fucking
No,
internet.
oh my god.
I ain't never seen no shit like this in all days of my life. YouTube thinks they're funny. So they're trying to force motherfuckers to use their YouTube.tv or their YouTube app.
You evaded the enemy track.
Because like I'm trying to use YouTube, the regular YouTube, and
Enemy
it's
UAV
trying to
overhead.
redirect me to their dumbass app.
What you mean you use YouTube for what?
What?
For streaming?
To watch something on YouTube.
Oh, okay. That's never redirect me.
Yeah, they're every time I go to YouTube.com, it redirects me to YouTube.com/TV to give me their more compatible version. I don't want their more fucking compatible version. I want to stick with the version that's here. I want to stick with the white background, classic YouTube, you know, because that's got everything I need right
Enemy
there.
UAV overhead.
That other version is scaled back with more features. I don't like that shit. You know, like you don't get the message board on a video. So like maybe a video is a bit sus and you're not sure. You know, so you go and you read the messages, and the first message in the list is like, yeah, this video's a waste of time, or here's the important bits, click here. You know. You don't get that with their app version, and I don't like that shit. Don't get it wrong, the app version does work better, but you lose certain features.
Enemy UAV overhead.
This is God.
I guess Kojima is potentially working on a Death Stranding 2. I might have to buckle down and just say, fuck it, give Death Stranding 1 a go.
Yeah.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Since Kojima is independent, you know what I mean, and away from Tsunami, I would love him to do something with the Resident Evil series and to bring on the PC, or even
Enemy
the
dropping
dudes
into
that
the AO.
for when he was doing the new Silent Hill. You know what I mean? Go ahead and concede that. I hate that they concede it.
I mean, he'd have to make something different, but I guess.
Yeah, because he was doing the PC, which was the next Silent Hill.
Right, but he can't make Silent Hills though. He'd have to make something
Right.
different.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I would love for him to get Capcom. You know what I'm saying? For a Resident Evil game. That would have been that would be.
Well, he teamed up with Guerrilla Games they hooked him up with an engine. They hooked him up with the Decimer engine, which is what
What is it
which
called?
is what it's called the Decimer. It's called the Decimer engine,
Uh-huh.
and that's what Death Stranding was created on.
Ooh, you'll get run over today. Get out of the way.
Yeah, Kojima and his team, I don't know. They've always been able to do something that is beyond comprehension. You know, like squeezing the most performance out of PlayStation 1. You know, let's be honest. Before Metal Gear Solid hit PS1, you know, few video games were doing full-on cutscenes. You know, or even including them in the game as a way to properly tell a story. You know, whereas when Metal Gear came out, cutscenes weren't just this thing that you got to see every once in a while. That was how the game was told to you. It's like, whoa, wait, what?
So generally, that's all. His storytelling
Well, it's because Kojima actually wanted to be a movie director, but he was never given to do that. And video gaming was an opportunity for some of that passion to be explored.
Enemy UAV
Yeah,
overhead.
his family was big on movie night,
Enemy UAV
which is
overhead.
why most of his games, in fact, all of his games have a very cinematic quality to them. I'd almost be afraid to think what would happen if you gave Kojima an actual camera and a crew and was like, make a movie. Algorithm is so fucking stupid. You know, the algorithm doesn't understand the difference between old content and new content. You know, I like to watch this one YouTuber because he's got up-to-date news on what's going on with stimulus talks and stuff like that. And the problem is LA late. And the problem is YouTube doesn't know the difference between an old video and a new video. So we've got a video that's 8 hours old that's at the top, but the second video that's below that is 16 hours old. And then the third video below that is 6 hours old. So like you would think the 6 hour old video would be first, then the 8, then the 16. But that's not how the algorithm looks at that.
Secure all cash in the area. Enemy attack chopper is in the AO. Bring it down and recover the cash. inbound for cash collection. Helo is in position for your deposit. Command set. Cargo secure. Bird is exiting the AO. All cargo deposited. Exfil as RTB.
Alright guys, let me get you all later. Y'all hold it down.
Alright.
Cool, cool.
I know it's all so good.
Yeah, you never help.
Just like Call of Duty, man, no one works as a team. That's why I call that game a mecha version of Call of Duty. And I tell people who fucking suck at the game, go back to Call of Duty if you're gonna play like that.
Yeah, like every single one of my teammates just going after the team one by one.
Hold it for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up. Enemy dropping into the AO.
I really wish Warzone would add an objective based mode to their map. You know, they've got the whole plunder mode, which is fun, but
What are you talking about?
Warzone.
What mode?
I'm talking about they need to add like an objective based mode to their game mode.
They
You know,
did.
they have plunder, which is fun,
Alright, that's enough
but
fucking about.
we need like
Now
a
we
ground
do this for
war.
real.
Go to the rocket.
Get a ground war, that would something like a ground war on that big ass map would be nice. because
Secure cash
I can
by
only play
completing
so many
contracts,
rounds
looting or eliminating
of
targets.
plunder
All right,
before
soldier,
I
mark
kind
a
of
drop
get
point
bored
for
of
your
it.
team.
Part of it is because of the spawning. You don't ever spawn back close to where you died at. You can't spawn on your team,
Hostile dropping into
so
the area.
it's
Watch
kind
the
of like.
They changed that.
But how do you spawn on your team? Because the last time I played it, you spawn still halfway across the map and shit like that. You know, spawning 200 meters away from your buddy who's about to run into a building and get smoked isn't exactly. So you care to elaborate?
Oh yeah, sure. I was concentrating. Sorry. So basically, they changed that. So when you play Plunder, if you die at a location, you spawn in that same area. So, like, you get dropped in the same, like I should say, like, premises.
Yeah, the vicinity of the area.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god! Why?
Well,
Knocked over by my teammate.
maybe there was some issue with the Halloween update because that wasn't acting like that when I played it a few days ago. Or maybe that only works that way on the standard Plunder and not with the new Halloween setup.
I'm
Being, though, is
I'm playing the standard Plunder, and
yeah, the standard Plunder is probably where it's at, but yeah, they need to really add a ground war option to that mode. You know, give me a two-team, you know, mode, you know, and let's go at it. The map is big enough. Map is more than big enough to have 3 objectives on it, and the best part about this idea is that every time you log into Ground War, the objective could be in a different spot, so it's not always the same 3 locations.
yeah, I guess.
I think it would be dope, you know, like especially now that there's no Battlefield. Battlefield is dead, so we need something.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep doing World War I. Enough of those.
The thing is though, the thing is though, the thing is they're always gonna do them, and I don't have a problem when they're done right. Battlefield 1 was done great. I had very little problem with it. I mean, it was more historically accurate.
Battlefield 4 was the last good Battlefield.
Well, like I said, Battlefield 1 was historically accurate, and it even included historical information that I didn't even know. You know, whereas Battlefield 5...
Well, I don't really care about that. I care about the gameplay.
That's the thing. The gameplay was fun, too. You know, yeah, sure, you had a few...
I'm getting tired of these jump scares in this game.
I mean, don't get it wrong. You had a few, weapons that might have been... I didn't mind. I didn't see any problem. You had the assault class, which had the meds. You know, you had the medic class, which had the rifles. Then you had the assault class, which had the SMGs. You know, and the anti-tank. It wasn't. I didn't see a problem. I think the only issue with the frontline assault class, though, is that they needed. Earlier on, they needed some ranged-based weapon systems. Giving them only access to SMGs and shotguns hurt them until they got access.
One of the things I didn't like, I hated the SMGs.
But that's why I always played medic, though, because the medic just hands down has the best weapons.
I mean, the bolt actions were good, and it would make sense since it's a World War I game that every class should have access to bolt action because
Enemy UAV overhead.
most soldiers fucking use it.
Well, sure. But you know, they weren't going full milsim. They were just trying to give you an idea, you know, of some chaotic moments. And I think they nailed it.
Found it.
Well, Battlefield 5 really went off the rails. You know,
I played it for like well, I played it for like 2 days.
Hostile dropping into the area.
yeah, it got good up to the Pacific, and then after the Pacific, they just shot themselves in the face when they did an update to fuck around with weapon balance again. You know, and they didn't need to mess with weapon balance. Weapon balance was fine once they
need to
once they get
make
it.
another like 21.
Oh, you mean 21? Yeah, they 2143. Yes. I've always said that.
X and shit. Like,
Well,
that was damn.
Well, the thing is, they hinted at it though, with Battlefield 4. They hinted at it.
With
so
fucking
have
rail guns and all that
right.
shit.
Yeah.
Then they came out with Battlefield 1, and I was like, what the fuck?
Well, part of that
part
was because of the backlash that COD had received for going futuristic. But COD went about it in such a weird way, you know, that nobody was happy with. Which is funny though, because like Apex, not Apex, but Titanfall actually has the same gameplay as the futuristic CODs, and everybody loves that. So I don't understand. But I'll tell you,
if they make another World War II fucking Battlefield franchise,
if they make another one, I won't be done or nothing like that. They just can't fuck up. If they make another one, they have to fucking complete it, and it has to be done right. Because I am thoroughly disgusted with the state in which Battlefield 5 was left in. To even call that a World War II game and not have the Eastern Front campaign is an insult. You know, you got the... You know, you can't call that a World War II game, you know. You don't have the Eastern Front in there. I don't even understand, like, how it is they didn't take the time to make 1 or 2 maps in the Eastern fucking Front.
Like I said, I'm just tired of fucking World War II fucking games. Like, it's been way overdone. Yeah, do something different.
Well, I'll tell you what would be nice, is if they would finally conclude Bad Company 2 and give us Bad Company 3.
That would be cool.
That would be fucking absolutely great. Give us Bad Company fucking 3.
Well, remember the company that helped out with Bad Company actually went down when Sony started closing a lot of the game companies down. So I think the fact is that they closed down the company that helped out with Bad Company. They had the rights to it, and I don't think they gave the rights back. So that's probably why Bad Company went down the drain.
I'm not 100% sure I follow on that one though, because Bad Company was on Xbox as well. So
yeah, the company that helped develop the game went down. It was an Xbox and PlayStation game, but
you would think DICE would be the ones that would have the intellectual properties to, at least at the time, you would think either DICE or EA would own that particular franchise. I mean, they own the Battlefield franchise, so I don't see why they wouldn't own Bad Company.
I don't know, but they had an issue about, they were talking about that issue when they closed down the company that helped with that company.
Well, even if that is the case, right? Even if that is the case, it's not like they don't. It's not like they can't look at Bad Company and see what it is that people liked about it. You know, it's not like they don't have an idea of what it is that people truly liked about it. Like right off the bat, the campaign is one of the best campaigns ever, simply because it doesn't come off as campaigny. It literally comes off as a story of a group of guys that were thrown into a bad scenario, and they just so happened to be the right men for the job. You know, it's got just enough humor in it to give you a nice laugh every now and again, but it's just serious enough to keep you focused on what the mission is at hand. And then the open-ended nature of the mission, where your team isn't just a bunch of lifeless drones. There were times where I would boot up Bad Company 2, not even to play the mission, but just to stand there and just listen and watch my team talk with each other. Because the dialogue was just, that's really the selling factor of Bad Company, is the hours of dialogue that they put into these guys to make them feel like they were really there. The random shit that they would talk about was just fucking awesome, and I want more of that. You know, it's not overly cinematic like they try to make games nowadays. These games, you know, have to have you staring, or not you, but some character staring into your monitor for fucking 3 minutes, you know, reciting something to you, you know, or making it feel like you're watching some, you know, action army film. And it's like, I don't need that shit. You know, that shit feels wrong. It feels weird. You know, Bad Company genuinely, and I hate to say this though, but Bad Company actually really kind of gave you a tiniest of sense of what it was like, or what it would be like to be out there in the field, you know, neck and neck with these boys, just sitting there, you know, listening to random banner. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine being like,
Yeah,
you know,
I can say
somewhere?
yes and no to that.
It's like I said, it's super surface level. It's super surface level stuff, whereas the movie versions of games nowadays is totally fake. It's like,
God
it's
damn it.
all scripted. It's all overly acted, and it just looks like you're playing a fucking movie. You know, I never liked it.
Secure cash.
You know, I like the fact that, you know, you're there with your team, and you can be having these guys can be having a conversation with each other, and at a moment's notice, you know, some shit break out, and then the conversation ends, and then it's time to get serious. You know, you don't get that with the new games. It just feels just too contrived. You know? Go back to the Bad Company 2 style storytelling. You know, get those same actors back if it's possible, you know, and conclude that story. Because I would like to see how that storyline ends.
I thought Battlefield 4 was pretty good.
Battlefield 4 was
I mean, it wasn't a bad story. Battlefield 3 and 4.
I mean, I don't really care about the story. I just the online.
For me, it's both. For me, it's both. It's a package deal. You know, I don't just buy Battlefield any more than I would buy a Call of Duty, which I haven't. Although Cold War, I'm actually thinking about. But
a lot of people wants that game to crash.
I don't know why.
Did you play the beta? Or the...
Sure, I heard the beta had some technical problems, but most of the people I talked to said that, you know, that's what you'd expect out of a beta, but overall it went rather well. You know, my thing with Cold War is that it continues the Mason storyline, which honestly, I think they hit the nail on the head with that storyline back when they started it with Black Ops 1. Like, now that storyline is more of what I would consider a movie grade militarized story, but it's an interesting one, and I actually like it. You know, now they kind of fucked up and screwed the pooch a little bit when they went into the whole future war aspect of things, and I really think they shouldn't have gone that way, which is why they're doing the Cold War, because they literally jumped over the Cold War, because that's where everybody thought they were going initially, and then poof, out of nowhere we get this future war.
Hey, I didn't realize you were in here. Because you said Anthem, I thought there was a Ray Up one. Hello.
There you go. Can you say you already remember?
Yeah. But like I said, it said Anthem, so I thought that, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe I'll check out the whole war and see what the storyline is like. It'll be the first COD that I would have bought in over 10 years. So
the last one I bought
I had Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3, and I had Black Ops 1, and I didn't really care for how they ended Modern Warfare, which is one of the reasons why they had to reboot the franchise, though, because, you know, they kind of screwed the pooch a little bit. They kind of boxed themselves into a corner. It's like, well, you've killed off everybody. Congratulations. Where do we go from here?
I don't know why it's not wanting to put it into a match.
So we're not finding anyone, shall we restart?
Yeah, we started again.
Oh man, I'm almost there. I got 2 more to do for the Halloween event.
I see why this the quick matches are about to reset. That's why nobody's joining. After I got my 3 coins, then was able to do my 10 drop. I got the new suit.
Nice. Is that any good?
Good luck on yes, badass. The jail SER.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what it is I think what it is Bad Company 1 and 2 were just like what Hardline is. They were meant to be they were meant to be an offshoot of what Battlefield was, while still retaining many of the Battlefield aspects. But I don't think they anticipated, I don't really think they anticipated the success that Bad Company would have. And, you know, people now still want, you know, Bad Company 3. Yeah, fuck, if I can't get a Bad Company 3, at least give me a remastered Bad Company 2 for next gen.
Like I said earlier, I want 2143.
Job simple. Secure more
Sure.
than the enemy.
And I wouldn't mind that either. That would be an awesome choice as well. But on the subject matter of Hardline, I didn't hate Hardline. On the subject of Hardline, I didn't hate Hardline. And in fact, if I had to compare, if I had to compare,
a friend bought it and I played it on his
Okay,
console, and I
but-
did not like it.
well, if you were going into Hardline expecting Battlefield, then that's your fault. But the point is,
I mean,
if
it
you
was
compare,
a Battlefield game.
yes, but it was a Battlefield game set in Los Angeles. You know, so like, you know, just doing a little research on that, you would have gotten the idea that it was cops and robbers. So you weren't expecting tanks. Right, but I mean, you know, you wouldn't be expecting tanks and helicopters with, you know, with missiles.
Tanks and helicopters. I expected the play style to be like Battlefield, but it wasn't.
So for me, the play style really wasn't that different. What was different were the fact that the maps were smaller. So you had closer quartered combat, which was similar to what Call of Duty offered, but the maps were significantly bigger. So this helped with one problem. A lot of people that transitioned over from COD to Battlefield hated the fact that the maps were so damn huge. They couldn't find nobody, they complained. So, to fix the problem, Hardline came out, which was a smaller, but still bigger than Call of Duty size map. When I played Hardline, I actually genuinely enjoyed the combat. It was fast-paced without feeling like you were being camped or spawning into fucking shit. You know, you genuinely had choices on where you moved and what you did, and what was interesting is they took a different approach. You had weapons that were locked behind what team you were on. So that either gave you an advantage or a disadvantage depending on what you were good with and what you weren't. So it really changed up your tactics, which I kind of appreciated. But if I had to compare Battlefield Hardline to Battlefield Proper wins. In fact, Bad Company beats the crap out of that any day of the week. However, if we compare Battlefield Hardline to another game that's similar to it, like Payday the Heist, Hardline shits all over Payday the Heist. You know, like, fuck, Battlefield Hardline eats Payday the Heist for fucking breakfast, lunch, and dinner any day of the week. It's essentially the same concept of a game, just way better.
Did I find it? Yep, loot found. Okay, warehouse, superstore. God damn it, I'm on the opposite side. Fuck.
Might be your connection speed. Messing with this.
Primary LZs are marked. Extract is standing by.
Are you able to get matches on your own, Brent? Because it shows you have no bars on your connections.
Aww.
Try something out here. Let's see.
Waiting in a moment, just looking in the store for something.
Solid copy. Bird is inbound for cash collection.
Really? Sweetie, you're right in the way.
Bad set.
Sorry for the wait.
Cargo is secured and exiting the AO. Cargo is secure at base. Enemy UAV overhead.
Already up, or
I don't know, I think Christmas will be here first.
they're about to get kicked.
Oh, they got 5 seconds.
Yes, they're both getting kicked. Oh no, the dude on our team's getting kicked.
That was nice.
You know, one thing, I never understood with bad Battlefield 5, and this is really what pisses me off about Battlefield 5 is that they
Now,
want
why
it
are
to
these
be,
guys looking at their horror again? They just did it.
they want to be inclusive of everybody. They want to include women on the battlefield, but like what I don't get, what I don't get is why they didn't use any of the scenarios where they were actually in. Like I don't understand why they chose to attempt to rewrite history instead of just writing history.
Probably because it didn't fit the book how the story would actually go down.
What do you mean? Like the point was to include the point was to include women in the game because as the story goes.
Yeah, but the gameplay would have been ruined if that was the case. So basically, they wanted to bend a little bit of the truth and make the gameplay better. That's
let me rephrase. When I'm talking about like including them into the game, I'm talking about the mission, the orderly mission in the campaign where you go to sabotage the heavy water facility. Why did they rewrite the history of that mission instead of just including an appropriate mission that had women in it?
Because in the real story, it was majority of the men, and it was few women who actually did spy missions.
I get that, but like yet again, you're missing what I'm saying. There are plenty of good stories that they could have told, but the problem is the bulk of those stories extend out of the Eastern Front. One most notable story that they could have included would have been the female sniper battalion. Yeah, that was all women. One of those women actually stayed at the White House. She was one of the first Soviet soldiers to come to our country, and she actually was paraded up and down Chicago. And she went and stayed in the White House. Or check this out. What about Russian Tank Girl? The woman who lost her husband in the war, and she actually went with her own fucking money and bought a tank and then wrote to Stalin asking to be put in the war. Why wasn't that something that could have been done? It's literally, we've got the Americans, at the last fucking minute. We got the British, we got the Australians, but arguably the biggest portion of the war, the Eastern Front, was just neglected and or completely not included when it would have not only fit their narrative, but it's a major point in history that very few people know about, when their whole motto was telling the stories that are not that known. What the fuck? So instead you go and rewrite the history on the German heavy water invasion mission where 12 men lost their lives and then another 12 men had to be sent in to complete the mission. The mission had no enemy combatants at all when they got to the facility. There was no one guarding it. There was literally one fucking scientist in the facility, as recorded by history. But yet they repurposed that mission and have you skiing through the mission, on some retarded ass shit, taking out Nazis left and right. As a 5'5",
that's what I'm saying.
180-pound fucking chick.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying that the story was rewritten. Yes, it was rewritten. It's because the game would have been boring as fuck. And people would say that. It's boring as fuck because there's not much action.
Oh my god.
Okay, so then why include that mission then? You didn't have to include that mission then. Arguably, that mission made no sense from a
Oh
design
my
choice
god,
to use.
stop shooting me, team.
You see what I'm saying? Like, instead of using that mission, why didn't they use a mission from the Eastern Front? They could have included one mission from the Eastern Front where you played as one of the women from the elite sniper unit. Like I said, you could have played it as the one woman who stayed at the White House. You know, she was extremely effective at what she did. She took out many fucking Germans. You know, but you couldn't have had a sniping mission where you played as her. Or the tank battalion mission where you could have played it. You could have played as her. What the fuck? Like the answers for that are on the table. They're there. They're part of history, and they're the lesser known stories. But yet, instead of telling one of those stories, they opted to take a story that wasn't that well talked about, but then rewrite it. That makes no fucking sense. You know, you can't tell me having a sniping mission wouldn't have been... Actually, you know what? Since you had the tank mission from the one German dude, because you had his perspective, the most logical thing to do would have been to have the sniper.
Oh my god, why does the team keep shooting me in the...
Actually, that was made by accident. The one just beyond you.
Okay. Well, it wasn't you the first, like, 6 times that it happened.
First of all, dude, why are you complaining to me about it? Ask the writer himself.
I'm not complaining to you about it. I'm just asking a question. It's not like I'm saying it's your fault. There was a question, and then you started to answer it, but then you haven't given any kind of rebuttal answer as to why they would have chosen that, even though you kept saying that it would be boring. But I keep saying that there were choices.
Because the writer chose, or whoever's the lead designer chose to do it that way. And if you played any video game that had any type of history that's somewhat accurate, it's always altered. It's always altered. Even in movies, it's altered.
Okay, I understand altering certain aspects of it, you know, to fit the movie, but this is arguably not altered. They redesigned the entire mission. And instead of doing that, they could have chosen, her name was actually Ludmilla, a famous sniper, and she actually met with President Roosevelt, and she stayed in the White House. So, like, you wouldn't have had to fucking do anything other than put her in a mission where she was sniping some high-value German targets, and you would have had your narrative without a problem. So I don't understand. Like, give me a reason why they couldn't have done that.
Could have been
time, money, and effort.
Yeah.
God, how many?
Bottom line, it's always time, money, and...
Like in a game, it may not even fit the scope of the game at the time, you know? Like, I know for a fact that my friend worked at Blizzard for 10 years, and there's been a lot of stuff that they've, you know, tried to do.
Enemy soldier incoming.
You know,
like, if you watch any, like, video game missions that's unedited, there's a lot of shit that's been cut. Even, like, Metal Gear Solid.
People's entire jobs is to cut, like, minutes off of things, you know?
Sure, I get that, but your whole narrative for Battlefield 5 was to tell stories that were not that well known. So telling the story of Ludmilla would have fit the narrative of telling a story that was not that well known. It would have also included a mission from the Eastern Front, and it would have been a mission with a female in it, which is what you wanted to appease the SJW faction. All three boxes are ticked right there.
Because I'm a huge World War II history buff. Like,
so that's my point.
Saying that like some kind of female special ops soldier with a fucking busted ass arm was doing ridiculous bullshit and just
the trailer that they showed was dumb.
Online, like, yeah, like there's no female frontline troop, you know, like unit like that fucking war. It's just bullshit.
Well, at least not on the western side of things. On the eastern side, yes.
They're not frontline troops. They're what's left after things have been fucking decimated.
That's irrelevant.
There's a huge difference.
That's irrelevant, though. They still fought, and arguably.
That's not. It's not. It's not.
Like,
yeah, it's not.
Saying that they're a soldier is not true. They didn't go to fucking basic training.
Well,
they didn't go through all the shit that the soldiers went through. They're what's left, and they're trying to defend. There have been women all across history that have defended their homeland.
Right, I get that.
Vikings.
Okay,
right? Like,
I get that, but
they're not fucking.
But
they're not like fucking soldiers. They're
I
just
get that.
what's left.
I get that though. But Ludmilla was a soldier. She was part of a female sniper battalion that they could have included in the story. That fits the narrative. So why not use that one? Or like I said earlier, Russian tank girl would have also
They got a lot of flack over using that shit anyways.
What?
I didn't buy the entire game because of this whole narrative.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, the trailer was stupid. I agree with that, though.
And I've avoided their stuff since then. Like, I can't support a company that's gonna be like, oh, SJW, yeah, we'll support that. Like, go fuck yourself.
Well, like I said, you know, Ludmilla is a perfect example of, you know, of a woman that was in the service of the military. She was well trained and she was a sniper. So, like, you could have made a story around her. I can't even pronounce this other girl's name. Her name is like Maria or something like that. And she was a Soviet tank mechanic, and she fought in World War II. She
yeah, they're
almost
all Russian. You know why? You know how many millions of people that they lost?
Okay,
like,
but it's not.
Okay,
but the point is, though.
They're pulling from what they had left.
Okay, the point is, though, you're telling a story of soldiers, and you're telling a story that is not very well known. Okay,
yeah,
so these two people
earlier,
that I mentioned were soldiers, and they could have used their story. Arguably, those two would have been an awesome story to know a little bit more about.
I mean, like, look, whoever the design leads are, like we said earlier, they chose to do it their own way. It's their take on something.
Yeah, I guess that's just the way it is, though. But I just don't understand the logic of it.
True blue, like,
then you're not going to ever understand because you're just going in circles right now. We're explaining to you that I don't really give a damn about how they do the game. If it's enjoyable, like, for number of hours,
sure,
then that's fine.
Sure.
If I enjoy it and it keeps me entertained for the small amount, and I can go back to the history books and just go, oh yeah, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, that's fine. I don't give a damn. But if they screw up a game and they make it boring, like, for example, let's just say how they did with Metal Gear Solid, the zombie version, not the...
Right, of course. Survive. Metal Gear Survive.
Yeah, if they did that, I'll be pissed. Like, why don't you do this? Why don't you keep it the same way how Metal Gear Solid was?
Well, I think Survive was actually meant to be an add-on to Metal Gear 5.
No, it was a standalone because by the time Metal Gear Survive came out, Kojima was already out the door.
I know that, but I'm saying I think it was a project that they were going to add on to the game after it had finished up and after it had launched, because Kojima was known for putting Easter eggs and all kinds of little side activities in the game, you know, and I think that would have been one of them that he would have added on later.
No, he wouldn't. He said himself that game was trash.
Of course, he said it because he didn't make it.
And he did say he has no plans of doing something like that.
And he's not there anymore, they do it anyways.
Well, like I said, I could almost see that being an add-on slash Easter egg slash little thing that you would unlock after beating Metal Gear down the road. You know, and that would have made more sense than what we got as a standalone game. Because
no, I believe in what Kojima said. He said he would never make something like that. If he ever did go down that whole zombie apocalypse thing, it will be completely different.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
and
so we get the idea that he would have still done something with the skulls or something like that.
Yeah, with
just
the
not
skulls.
That.
Not with that whole crystal bullshit. And he said that they took the imprint of the game, the basics of the game, took character models and planted random shit onto their bodies. That's what he said. And his friend that still works for Kojima said that they just trashed the entire series by doing that. They he literally said they disrespected you, and they took the entire thing and just shoved it in your face like it was nothing.
Like I said, I honestly think that there was some plan for something with the skulls, because the skulls, you know, without knowing how they work, without knowing the narrative behind how they work, they have this aura of being a zombie, and this behemoth of a thing that, like, oh my god, like, what is this thing? You know, so like I could see Kojima doing something with the skulls that would have been dope. But what
he already had plans to continue with the skulls. The whole storyline with the skulls was supposed, when Snake came back as a ghost, he's supposedly was supposed to shut down the Skulls military training factory, and that was supposed to continue the story to where he's being basically, after he does that, Snake becomes a hunted target, and you have to get out of basically you have to be on the run. And that's the first chapter. Second chapter was going to be him rejoining with all the characters that you've seen in the past that are still alive, and some of them get hunted down and killed.
I'll tell you this, Konami announced that they're going to be remaking Metal Gear 1 for next gen. If it goes over well, I'll hope that they'll consider
if they ever touch Metal Gear again, I would literally go to Kojima and Konami in LA and fucking blow the building up. Seriously, that play, they better not do that.
Well, here's the thing. I've already made this clear. Because they are remaking Metal Gear 1. If they do nothing other than enhance the gameplay and the visuals, but keep the actors and the storyline and everything else basically the same, I'm cool with that. Giving it a facelift is okay. But if they attempt to recreate the story, then we're going to have a problem. Now, if they want to just upgrade it to meet today's technical standards, fine. I'm cool with that. I'll give you the money for it. I'll gladly buy Metal Gear Solid 1 again and be able to play it on a PlayStation 5 in Ultra HD. I'm down with that. And that's why I said if it goes over well, I would also be wondering if they would be considering of maybe letting Kojima finish Metal Gear Solid 5 at that point. You know, they could outsource the last of Metal Gear Solid 5 to Kojima. He could finish it, and then if Konami wants to be a bunch of greedy fucks, which they will, they could even charge 10, 20, 30 bucks for it as a DLC for Metal Gear Solid 5. I'll pay for it. because we're missing like 2 more chapters.
God damn it, team! Stop fucking hitting me!
Right now, like what's your MMR?
Oh, you talking to me?
Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Little Brent.
Oh, I can't hear Brent talking
Hostiles
to me.
dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy UAV overhead.
I don't know if he is. I was just seeing where he's at. We're playing the same game, so.
Oh, are you on?
Grinding back up through A right now.
D in space and D plus on the ground.
Damn, bro, you gotta get that up.
I mean, I only started playing a little while ago.
Oh, whenever you hop on, I'll create a custom match with you, and I promise you in 5 minutes, you'll be able to make it, like after I teach you everything I know, you'll be able to make that day, no problem.
The hell?
Yeah, I'd probably get up there.
You gotta be.
When I play with,
Once you
Trimble
learn
and-
game mechanics, it's super easy. There's not much to teach. The game's pretty simple. It's just, if nobody tells you, you'll never know, you know?
Yeah.
And there's not a video out there that tells you precisely just how to move up through the ranks easy. There's like 28-minute videos about somebody ranting about a particular mechanic, but that's just stupid. Like, it takes 1 match for me, or I'd say like maximum 3 quick matches.
Enemy UAV
And that's
overhead.
like me showing you something, and then showing you how to beat it.
Yeah, but how do you account for the fact that, you know, the game grades you as a whole, and if your team sucks and you did good, you still get treated like you didn't do anything?
It doesn't though. The point system in games is a direct reflection of how you perform in the match. So even if your team's terrible, if you perform well, you won't lose that many points, even on a loss. Like,
Yeah,
I've lost a
I
game
don't
before
lose.
and lost 0 points. So like, and that's often. Like, sometimes I'll lose and I'll still place first on the leader on like the match boards out of all the players.
What game are you talking about?
Mobile Suit Gundam.
Oh yeah.
Enemy
Battle
soldier
Operation.
incoming.
Your individual score is so important. So if you're consistently placing on the bottom, then you're probably missing some kind of mechanics. So if you want, I can show you all the mechanics pretty quick and teach you how to beat them, what they look like, and how to beat them. And easy peasy from there on out, man. The rest of the game is just collecting parts and collecting suits slowly over the course of time.
Damn.
This game has a similar MMR system to Rocket League, actually. I just figured that out today.
I never played Rocket League.
I've been a grand champion since season 4, and I went to LAN twice. Like with a team. I got my name on jerseys, bro.
Huh. Okay.
Who's is that Tiger Wolf?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
that's my newest nickname.
I got a t-shirt from War Thunder with my PlayStation user ID name.
Let's go.
I don't know why. I played a competition that I placed in second.
Does my picture look like a fucking turtle with glasses?
Yeah.
God damn it. How do you have your custom photo show up for everybody?
Settings.
Really?
Yep.
I'm still new to PlayStation, so.
Yeah.
What would it be? Maybe. No.
And you have to have
Get yourself
the person as a close friend.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, look. So you guys, like, nobody in here had has custom
Hostiles
photos are
dropping
just
into
like
the area. Watch the
something
sky.
generic. I guess you like
What, you mean like the portrait image?
yeah, like the image of it, like your player image. Like I appear as a turtle, like with glasses. Like I want to appear as my actual photoshopped image.
I'm not sure how you do that, but I think there is a way. But I'm not 100% on
You
how
go.
do that.
Do you have the PlayStation app?
Yeah, that's how I uploaded it to begin with.
Okay.
The first time.
Stand by.
If you have your friends as a close friend, it should show up automatically.
Oh, it says like use a picture you upload from my PlayStation.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, so only friends will see it then.
Yeah, but do they have to be close friend? Like,
Yeah, it has to be a close friend. You can't.
Plunder.
It won't show.
Secure more cash than the enemy. Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in.
hold on.
I mean, I guess that's a cool feature if you gotta go take a dump real quick or something like that, or walk downstairs. Yeah, it has to be your Wi-Fi. It has to be your Wi-Fi. Yeah, no, the point of the feature is your PlayStation is upstairs in your bedroom and you're downstairs in the living room watching the baby.
Talking about remote play? Oh yeah, I have that whole setup. Like, and you don't have to like. You gotta actually like. What I did was is so you can set it up to do remote play, and then you can connect to it. You don't have to be on the same. You don't have to be on the same network. Like you can be out and about if you have remote play enabled. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
there's
I
no
have
way.
a-
There's no way that that's a good fucking connection, though.
I have it is, like, I have an enterprise grade router, like an enterprise grade 4G LTE router inside my truck, so I can actually play from my truck anywhere.
Man,
They're like $350 and I get like 20 down, like 20 up
the
sometimes.
input latency on that has to be something fierce.
It's not bad, man, like I promise, like I can still play semi-competitively in Rocket League over my PC, like in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, I don't know. I would never play any game that way. I tried it one time and I was like, this is a joke, right? Like maybe if I had a tablet, you know, okay, and maybe if I had some way to mount my controller. Yeah,
I've got my
definitely never do
modem
that.
and everything mounted on the underside of my laptop mount, and I have a push-pull like laptop mount that's in my truck, so I can. No.
So how far away have you been from your house? And you've used this feature? I mean, like, what's the
I
record?
could be like anywhere. Like, so it's a 3G router. So like I signed up for like, I don't know, some fucking internet service like Verizon's Visible, and I pay $25 a month for the SIM card, and I get unlimited internet that way to that device. And so instead of having it on a cell phone, I just put it inside the router, and then the router thinks that it's, the router basically tells the company it's a cell phone, and then I can have unthrottled unlimited internet all day. No, because the phone is using a hotspot type of data, so it'll burn out after like 10 gigs or something like that, whatever your plan says. This is you take the internet connection from the SIM card, you plug the SIM card into the device, and it's like using the cell phone. And it shares that.
Okay, I get what's going on.
Since it's a router, it shares that connection with however many devices.
I get what's going on. It bypasses
The phone
hot
portion.
right, because when you set the hotspot on, that's basically saying, hey, give me shittier internet and only 10 gigs.
Yes. So by bypassing that with the router, then the router is passing.
What the
So I have
What?
I have antennas. I have an antenna mounted on my truck. That's an omnidirectional antenna.
Secure cash by completing contracts.
It's like on my
looting,
roof or
eliminating
whatever. I just like
targets.
drilled a hole and fucking put it through
Set a
there,
drop
and then I
point
run
for your
that
team,
into the
soldier.
router. As my, I'm not a truck driver. Oh, it's just like a regular like Dodge like 1500. Like a one ton.
Oh, okay. So,
But I used to be a police officer, so I have the same style mount that I used back then. But like, I never have a passenger, so like my passenger seat is like just tech stuff, kind of.
so do you just have an antenna sticking up out of the roof of your car, or did you get one of them covers for it?
It's just, I mean, it has its own cover, like kind
Enemy
of,
dropping into the
when you
AR.
buy the antenna or whatever, it comes with its own housing. I just put it on top of the truck.
Ah, so the antenna is covered.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's an outdoor antenna. Why did I quit being a police officer? Politics. This is about like
Enemy soldier incoming.
4 or 5 years ago. I was a sheriff deputy in Colorado, like right around the time that marijuana became legal. And I was actually a pretty big advocate for it becoming legalized. Despite
Damn right you should be an advocate for it becoming legal. There's nothing fucking wrong with a little
stupid.
marijuana.
Like, I felt like it should have been decriminalized. There's a lot of really good people that just like have a little bit of marijuana on them. There's no reason for them to go through some of the shit that like someone who's there for gang related, rape or murder, like. It depends, like, so like, we could go through this whole rigmarole, but like, at any time did you, like, tell them that it's okay for them to search you? Did they establish reasonable suspicion or probable cause to search you? Like, did they say, I smell marijuana in here, I'm gonna search? Or did you just show them your card and they're like, alright, we're searching you now? Okay, well, I mean, they can search you then because you said that you have it, so. But if you, I mean, you told them that you have it, so they're just gonna verify what's there. Yeah, the best thing you can do is just not say anything. It's, hi, my name is blank.
More than likely, if you're lucky, it'll just get thrown out. Like, well, it's legal in your state, right?
If he has a medical card, it's medicinally legal, so.
No, okay, but is it legal in your state, though?
That doesn't matter. If he has a medical
I'm just
card,
asking.
the medical card's granted by the state, so it's legal.
No, I know that, but I'm just asking, is it generally legal? No, not recreationally? Okay.
Check your gear and weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Nobody here's a professional driver, not even you. You know, like, you're gonna tell me that never in your life have you ever not driven perfectly in the center? Like, get out of here.
That,
so, like,
but see, I don't know. Maybe you could shed some light on this, being that you were a deputy. This sounds like a case of either A, some cop just being an asshole just to be an asshole, or maybe somebody needs a quota filled out for whatever reason, and this is what they thought they could get away with. I don't know.
Some people are like, some people behind the shield are like, this is what I'm here to enforce, and it's on this side of the line, and I have to do something. So, if the state law says when they see that he's carrying guns, it has to be in one bag, and he's carrying like 5 ounces in one bag, then now we have a problem when he's violating the law. Like, there's a law that allows him to have it. There's no reason for you to, like, you should know that, like, there's serious implications.
Why do I keep getting my team
You know what I mean? So take the time to make sure that it's done properly. So this mess that never happens to you.
Well, no, I mean, we get that. No, but I mean, we get the idea that if they tell you you can only have so much, it's probably in your best interest not to go over that. You know, but what I'm getting at though is, you know, what's the deal with that?
So he's gonna charge you with everything under the sun in hopes that something stick, or that you'll plead out. To
But
something.
why? But why? That's what I want to understand. This is what I'm trying to get at. The moment that they pull his records, you know, because they can search it on the computer in the car. It only takes like 2 minutes for them to pull his file. They're gonna find that
it's actually less than that. Like depending on the car, the car
right.
might even pull his plate for the officer,
right.
And he'll have all that information. Just
right.
There before he even
but I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say 2 minutes. Yeah. So what I'm getting at though is, as soon as they see that this guy is on probation, and I've noticed this time and time again, it's like as soon as you see a guy has like 2 strikes against him, and all it takes is for him to blink at the wrong fucking time when he's going to prison. It seems like so many cops are trying to get that to happen. Why?
Because I mean, they're employed by the state, right? Like, if you're a police officer, you're employed by the state. If you're a sheriff deputy, you're employed by the county. So the people that you want to deal with are sheriffs. You never ever want to fuck with actual police. And so police want you to go to jail. Like city jail, city, you know, city jail. That's how they fund it. It's all like. It's crazy how many you can rack up, dude. Like, just in a simple, like, you don't even want to fight anybody, and the police officer's just standing there, and you're not even being physical, and somebody else does something, and you're just happen to be there, you can still, it's so much bullshit. Like, yeah. Yeah, assault. Did you fall on him, even though it wasn't your fault? Did you fall on him? It's assault.
Like, what kind of evidence?
After being on one side of the fence, man, like, if I ever wanted to be a criminal, I'd be a fucking good one because I know everything, I know every trick in the book.
see, that's why. So that's why you don't keep merchandise. You don't ever keep merchandise that you steal.
This is what it is. Like,
you gotta get rid of them.
This is what it is. Like, if you want to keep something, like, say you had, like, as a keepsake, because some career criminals love to keep keepsakes. Like, if I was gonna be a career criminal, I would have a keepsake. But here's just an idea off the top of my head that is an intelligent way to keep a keepsake, like a weapon, for example. Well, you don't want to keep the weapon because, it's probably going to fuck you in the end. So instead, melt that shit down into, like, I don't know, like metal, just raw metal, and pour it into something memorable like a cross. And if you have a bunch of crosses hanging up somewhere, someone like a policeman's not going to think twice about, what are all these crosses for? It's like, oh, I'm just really religious. And in reality, all of those fucking crosses represent a major heist that you've done. Look, being in police work, like 100%, not lying here, the biggest problem with people not getting away with stuff is loose ends and just bad planning.
Done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
And another thing is you can build a furnace or like a smelting furnace pretty easily with plaster, or not plaster, I should say concrete and clay. And then you just need a steel pot. That's all you need. And a propane tank.
Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
But like I said, though, what I don't understand is, though, you get a guy who is, just trying to do the right thing, but yet but it seems like, on average, you get officers that their whole intent is to fuck your day, just for the sake of doing it. And I don't understand the logic of this. It's like, why would you want to ruin someone's day or life? I can understand it if you legitimately had an issue, like somebody was actually swerving or somebody was actually doing something stupid.
Dude, like, I live in California, and like I was driving down the street, or the freeway, and these two freaking, I think it was a black Honda and a gold Mercedes, they got into a fucking road rage, and they were like ramming each other, like the passenger door to the Mercedes, driver door to the Honda, and I freaking like braked hard because they almost hit me, and there was a cop behind me, and I stuck out my finger, like I told the cop, looking back at my rear view mirror, and I told the cop, like, I'm pointing in front of me, and the cop's like, he's not even paying attention. And then all of a sudden, like, there's calls coming in, I guess, and then all of a sudden his lights go on and start going. I pulled over, and he pulled behind me. I'm like, okay, what the hell? And then he comes up and to my driver's side, and I'm like, okay, did you not see what happened just now, officer? And he's like, oh, what did you see? And I was like, There was freaking road rage right in front of me. Like, what the hell? I almost got hit.
Now's a good time to warm up.
Like, did you not see any of that? And he's like, alright, let me call it in and let me check on that. He's like, alright, did you see which way they went? And I'm like, dude, are you serious?
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
Well,
Enemy soldier incoming. Your primary objective is to kill them all.
What? Team, come on, really?
yeah, this thing that is so bad that it has brought a nation to its knees, and our Congress doesn't give a fuck.
Honestly, like, once you've atoned, like, as long as it's not something stupid, like murder or, like, you know, like violent, something that's violent, like you assaulted someone and, like, they're disfigured because of it, you know? Yeah. I mean, theft is one thing, but, like, I'm talking about, like, you know, like trying to murder someone and, like, or, like, throwing fucking acid on their face, you know, like, disfigure them, like, seriously nasty shit like that. Those people should probably not be allowed to work places, you know? But, if you just, like...
So then what you're
hungry,
saying is
angry,
those people should be killed then, is what you're saying.
No. No, there's stuff that, like, states have that are outsourced to companies. It would be so easy for the states to be like, this is a minimum wage job. You're gonna press license. You know, like, you're gonna work with other people who have, like, serious, you know, serious crimes, you know, in a controlled environment, you know.
So but
like, it wouldn't take much to set stuff like that up. So,
right, because I was saying that, like, you know, going with your original statement, you know, if these people aren't allowed to work, then you might as well kill them.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying don't let them. I'm saying, like, if you've done something super serious, you know, they're right now. Employers have the right to refuse you based on your criminal past, and all of them just outright refuse you. So, like, we're not, like, there's like having the right to refuse them at all means that they're going to. So, I mean, what should happen is if you've had some kind of serious crime, it should stay on your record, and you should work like under the state at whatever minimum wage is. At least you have a job, like period. Yeah, you've done something stupid in the past, but at least you have a job. And if you've done something less than serious, once you've atoned for it, it should be wiped off your fucking record.
So then that's...
It's just something like theft, like that happened 20 years ago, that should not prevent you from getting a job anywhere.
So then under those circumstances, that's not bad.
I have a Kevlar vest inside my closet, and I can't buy. The only thing I can't buy are the plates.
Just make your own.
Yeah, I can do that. I can just buy the plaster and make my own, or get steel and just cut the fucking plates out.
Like there's so many weapons that aren't like firearms that are not like hunting or like that.
Let's get
Like a bush that make really, really powerful air rifles.
Alright,
These
that's enough
are
fucking about.
air rifles.
Now we
Like,
do
you
this
load them
for
up,
real.
you can buy an air compressor for like
Hostile
$60
dropping
from
into the
Lowe's,
area. Watch the sky.
and then it has its own internal regulator. You fill it up full of air, like 1,000 psi. They have calibers all the way up to 50,000. You can take out a fucking buffalo and fucking birds. I mean, if it can kill a buffalo, it can kill a person.
Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
As long as it's not powered by gunpowder, it's fine. You can even have black powder stuff that sell by like muskets and stuff.
Yeah. You can.
It's
There's
not
a
just
company.
rifles though, it's antique anything. Like you can have antique pistols, like
Yeah, there's a company that makes black powder pistols, 12 gauge.
there's one that fires like it's got 9mm projectiles around the cylinder, and then it's got one 12 gauge pull.
But you know, you only usually get a couple of shots with those, and then once that's it, you know, you're kind of screwed.
9 plus the 12 gauge. It's not gonna piss them off, and that'll kill them. What do you mean? Look, just because it's whoa, look, what kind of, I'm gonna shatter this illusion right here. Just because it's a musket doesn't mean that it's inaccurate. We've had rifled muskets for like hundreds of years. People still, it's called muzzle loading is the sport, but people still hunt with muzzle loaders and very accurately with scopes and shit. Like they could be used as sniper rifles, but the problem is there's so much smoke that's discharged it gives away your position. You know what I mean? Like, they're not inaccurate by any stretch of the word, and they're not...
They're professional.
Some of them don't even fire ball rounds. Some of them fire, like, angular to pointed projectiles, just like the Quake and Bush air guns use the same projectiles that are loaded into, like modern sniper rifle cartridges. There's no cartridge and there's no propellant behind it. The propellant is air.
There's professional quick drawers who uses black powder muskets, and they can shoot perfect shots from like hundreds of yards.
Pretty nuts. Nope. What happened to you, Cloak? He broke my whole face. Yeah.
Get yourselves a proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon. Watch the skies.
And I've been looking at avatars this whole fucking time.
Enemy
Can't
soldier incoming.
Yeah, sometimes.
You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war
I've
zone.
seen all of both, I think.
I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you guys later.
Like season 2
Battle Royale.
I
Gas
like
is
it when they were
approaching
there
your
in school
position.
a lot
Move to
better.
the safe zone.
Watched it a little bit of it, maybe like the first season or so, but after that, no. Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's so many people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
I always knew that that was going to happen. Yeah. Yeah, I was seeing it on
Get it done.
Sword Art
Sword Art
Online.
Online. So I've seen all of it. I only maybe the second season, but truly just the first. It's about a group of people who are signing up to play the first dive style MMO, where like your body goes unconscious, you go unconscious, and you go inside the game world with your subconscious, and you control your character in there that way. And every character is unique. Everybody has their own like hidden special skills. And the problem is it disconnects like your when your consciousness is in the game. You're vulnerable to everything in the real world. And the developer of the game, once everyone logged in for the first day, said that no one's going to be allowed to disconnect, and if you die in the game, you'll die in the real world.
No, there's a. You're forgetting something. He says that if you try to force remove the headgear, you will get a cranial shock and go into cardiac arrest.
Yeah, so you're stuck in the game no matter what, basically.
See, that's dumb though, because by
So
that
you beat the
logic.
game.
So that's dumb though, because by that logic though, you could just ut the power to the headset, and then it wouldn't be able to give
No,
you said cranial
that's
shock.
exactly same reason. Cranial shock.
Your consciousness is inside the game.
Yeah.
That's what they're
okay.
trying to say. Like,
Right. Okay.
it's your consciousness. It's not like, you know.
We're holding for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up.
Yeah, it's called gamer. Oh, and don't forget the creepy ass guy who tried to rape one of the characters.
Battle Royale. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Oh. On that note, so SAO, they're coming out with Season 1 with no time skips. So it's like the original story, which is, in my opinion, the best one, Season 1. And there's no time skipping, no level skipping. It's every episode, and they're including the original first season is going to be mixed in with all this new stuff. So it's like the full story of Season 1 and not just the time skipping version. So it's going to be the fucking best ever. It's already one of my favorite animes of all time. Just because of how it was constructed. Sorry, what? Yeah, it's modern, but...
Well, the graphics are probably anime style.
Yeah.
Those animes, I would say, are more... What's the word I'm looking for? Cartoonish or comic book style?
I don't know about comic books. It's like they... I could see comic book only because they pick up. You join your characters like at a later point in time, and they're doing something new now. They're doing something now, you know. It's not fluid like.
SAO.
Yeah.
SAO.
Just search Sword Art Online too.
Sword Art Online.
Which...
See, I like Season 1. Season 1 and Season 2 are the best, but...
I like Gun Gale. That was pretty good.
I liked it, but I really feel like truthfully, like, what I said was they never expected it to be so popular, and they really didn't have anything to go on beyond Season 1. That's why Season 1 ends, and it ends perfectly. And after the popularity, they were basically told continue the series, which that's why none of the rest of it truly fits properly.
Well, SAO 2 and 3 actually fit pretty well.
I mean, it ends, like, Season 1 ends, like, they didn't even have to do a Season 2. They chose to because of monetary reasons.
Well,
True.
it's their job. But, I don't know if
Like,
y'all heard.
It's rare that it's an entire series.
I don't know if you heard, but Phantasy Star Online 2 is getting a major overhaul.
I've never even seen that.
So, I played this some years ago, and I thought to myself, I can't believe people actually play this game. So what it is, it's a lobby game. Basically, you have this hub world where there's thousands of people running around. There's vendors and kiosks and things like that, where like you can buy various different upgrades and equipment and stuff like that. And that seems all fine and dandy until you actually get into the meat and potatoes of the game, of which, imagine you're thinking you're about to sit down to a fine 4-course meal, and what you're delivered is 1 chicken wing and a quarter of a baked potato. So the way the game actually works is that you have all these different little, like, transporting zones that transport you to different instance-based little fight arenas, and it's the gayest fucking thing ever. It's literally run around this maze of boxes and corridors and defeat some enemies, and then yay, you win. You get the few levels that actually look like they could be an open world segment, but it still follows the same pattern. It's a maze, and you follow it, and you kill all the enemies, and or complete the objective, and you win. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, the mental capacity of this game must be for like -5-year-olds, because like I can't see myself playing this crap. Well, only just recently it was announced that that game would be getting a full overhaul and would actually be getting an open world, you know, an actual open world. And I was thinking to myself, wow, it only took you like fucking forever and a day, you know, and probably declining sales, you know, and people playing, to actually think to yourself, maybe our game that's an MMO should actually have a world and shouldn't just be an extended lobby, an extended chat lobby. And it got there like that, and that was one of the very first MMOs that I heard so much rave review on, because people on Xbox were always going crazy over Phantasy Star. They're like, oh god, Phantasy Star is the fucking shit! And I was like, when I finally got a chance to play Phantasy Star 2, I was expecting this to be this awesome MMO, and I was like, this is garbage. I've played MMOs 12 years ago that are way better. Why are there so many people that are playing this game's ass?
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons Online.
So, finally the game is getting a proper open world, and it's not going to be instance-based anymore. There'll still be the option to play the instance-based, because what they're doing is they're kind of basically making a Phantasy Star Online 3, but instead of calling it Phantasy Star Online 3, they're just linking it to PSO2 and giving you the choice to cross over. So I kind of like that approach, but I'm just like, God, why didn't you just do that in the first fucking place? You know, some of the game design choices that these these development companies come out with, it don't make any sense. It's like if your game is too ambitious and you don't have the capability and the scope to achieve it, then why? Why put out a subpar product? As far as I'm concerned, Phantasy Star Online 2 is a subpar product. Everybody who bought into it, you know, really deserves some level of compensation for all the years and money they must have dumped into that game for it to finally get to its true form. Because that's just unacceptable. It's really just unacceptable.
I mean, it depends. Like, did they early back and agree to early back on like hopes and dreams, and then
No,
the
no, no,
company
no, no.
didn't
No, no,
pull
no, it was
through, like...
no, it was nothing. It was none of that. The Phantasy Star Online 2, as I
Enemies
described
dropping
it
into the
before
AO.
the open world segment, is the way the game was supposed to be. It was supposed to be this lobby. Basically, imagine Destiny's Tower, right? Destiny's Tower is the only world, the only thing that exists in this world. That is where everybody in the game exists 99% of the time. The other 1% of the time, people are doing these instance-based dungeons that are linked to that hub world, where you go and you queue them up, and then you load into the dungeon, you do whatever you gotta do, and then you leave and you're back in the hub world. Absolutely garbage. I couldn't bring myself to continue playing it. Because as I was playing it, I was thinking, so this game's gonna open up, right? There's gonna be so much more, right? It's like I'm gonna be able to explore, and people were like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, it's got all of that." And so I put in a few more days and a few more hours, and I was like, so when do we get to the open world? When do we get to the actual, roaming around? And then people were like, "What are you talking about?" Like, what do you mean, what am I talking about? It's like, we're in a lobby all the fucking time, and we're just doing instance-based things. And then it's like, oh, you want something like World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy. And I'm like, isn't that what this game turns into? It's like, it's so popular. It's like, no, it's just an instance-based game. I was like, I'm sorry, guys, I'm not going to waste your time anymore. Later, I'm uninstalling this crap. And they tried everything in their power that they could to keep me. They were like, "No, don't go. Like, we got you. We'll help you." It's like, you need money? We got you our money. You want some gear? I can give you whatever you want. And it's like, it doesn't matter if you give me a max level character and make me god of the
We're holding
game.
for deployment.
The
Now's a
fact
good
that it's
time
an
to warm up.
instance-based game makes it trash. I want to be able to explore an open world. I want to be able to go and see in between places. I fucking dungeon that's going to be the same goddamn dungeon every fucking time I go do it.
Just hitting on another thing, like, we've had the technology to do random years.
I was about to say that. It did.
I get why World of Warcraft does it, because there's a competitive nature
Wait,
to
but
it.
before
like,
you finish that,
speed
I was
running
gonna say,
stuff, like,
now that I think about it, I want to be fair to the game. If I remember correctly, it did have randomized dungeons, but the fact is, they were all still instance. There was no world. Everybody that existed in the world existed in this one hub. And when I tell you about lag, it was the most ridiculous thing ever. Imagine having 10,000 people just fucking standing
like, in World
around
of Warcraft, like,
in one fucking spot.
So,
Move to the safe
hold
zone.
on, in World of Warcraft, like, live, they can't handle that, but in, like, there have been, like, Nostalrius was one of them. They had that, like literally, like, 3,000 people on screen, zero lag. So it just comes down to connectivity.
Yeah.
The private Warcraft is better than they have now, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that's actually insane. That's actually insane, and that shows you what's going on behind the scene. These people are like, fuck you, pay me money. That's what it is. It's just a big maybe I'll get off my ass and fucking
Primary
do
objective
something.
is
It's like,
to
bro,
kill
you're
them
getting
all.
paid to fucking run a game. How is it people can do private servers and have that many people with no problems, and you're getting an annual subscription, and your game runs like fucking Swiss
Millions
cheese
of
on a
dollars.
fucking grate, on a fucking cheese grater?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
My favorite thing with Blizzard is like, they come out and tell your fans, remember that bug? They're like, it was in the game for years, and we finally fixed it. Yeah, when you go back in time, that bug's still there. They're like, we know. We still want to play it. And it's like, that guy's a fucking asshole. Like,
Well,
ever
so
since,
explain
like,
that.
Oh, so, they're, like, Blizzard lately has just been in this whole, like, they've been in the shoot themselves in the foot mode for, like...
Shoot themselves in the foot mode. I've been
since, like,
seeing themselves
2012.
blow off chunks of their own fucking face. But go
Yeah,
on.
dude, like, so, like, I'm not gonna go back and talk to, like, when it all started, but let's just, you know, we could put a pin in Activision Blizzard being the start of it. The dude said, what about, you know, are there any, or there's like an audience question, and all these questions were screened before the people were allowed to come up, and so this guy, like, changed his question on purpose.
Right. It's like, what's gonna be your question? We just want to
So
make sure.
he goes, are there any plans on adding, like, you know, former expansions of the game, like, if they're in their prime, you know, like, if their last, you know, patch, you know, so people can enjoy the, you know, the older experience. You know, since they had the cease and desist letter that shut down Nostalrius, and Nostalrius had like 250,000 people, like, daily on the game. So there's obviously a market for it. And when Nostalrius shut down, there was like this massive petition that had over 1 million signatures that these people would resub to the game. And these are 1 million players that have, you know, so it's overwhelmingly in their favor to do it. Basically, like, they were at the BlizzCon, and the guy asked the question, was there any plans to ever add this? And the fucking guy that was on the stage said, you remember that bug we had, like, 2 years ago that you guys really wanted us to fix? And we finally fixed it? Yeah, when you go back there, that bug's still there. Like, you remember, you know, like, all the features we've added? Like, trust us, you think you want this, but you don't. That's what he said. And, like, my thing is, never tell a customer what they fucking want. Like, are you stupid? Like, what the fuck, man?
So I'm still confused.
If I walk up
you
to the
gotta
window,
break it down a little bit more.
If I walk up to the window at McDonald's and I say, yo, McDonald's staff, I really want a sausage biscuit, and the guy says, bro, sausage biscuits are a thing of the past. You trust me, you don't want a sausage biscuit. Like, go fuck yourself.
Okay, but like, so what's this stall reel? What's that called?
Nostalrius was just a private World of Warcraft server.
Okay, and it was shut down. Why?
Blizzard sent them a cease and desist because they were becoming so popular, and they felt like people having Nostalrius, having that server up was detracting from the live subscriptions.
Okay, so this was just a better run version of their own game.
Yeah, but an older version. It's like, you know, rewind, like, you know, turning the clock back.
Right. So this was an older, you know, version, as you said, of the game that they got running on a private server.
Yeah.
Okay, and so his argument is that, sure, we could bring that back online, but would you want to deal with the bugs and glitches and technical problems that had?
Exactly.
So, in a way, he calls himself answering the question by deflecting the most logical outcome of that would be, yes, not only will we reactivate that, but we'll actually fix the bugs and glitches.
Target practice while you can. We're deploying soon.
That would have been the ideal plan, but instead he just came off like an asshole. And then whenever people were like asking questions about Diablo, like, what, you know, is this strictly a mobile game, or like, is there any plans to bring it on?
Oh, I remember that. I
Dude was
remember that.
Like, what kind of fucking dumbass? Like, they
It's
thought
like,
it was gonna be bad.
It's like, don't you all have phones?
Don't you all have phones? Like it's comments like that they just keep fucking shooting themselves in the foot, man.
It's like, seriously, at that point in time, if everybody were me, fan. This is why I wish that I could snap my fingers and make certain things happen. As soon as he said that comment, everybody should have stood up and walked out. Everybody should have left.
There was a response. Like if you look at their stock, like their stock price, dip the fuck out. And it's actually the reason that Activision was considered with them. It's because like they just got so fucking wrecked by their own decisions. God fucking damn it!
Well, part of these decisions are also spearheaded
oh
by
my god,
Activision.
I'm fucking dead already.
Well, part of these decisions are...
This team, oh my god. I don't know what they're doing.
Part of these decisions are spearheaded by Activision's greed to make more and more and more and more money. Anyway, so... My thing is, my thing is, people should just stop supporting them altogether. If every World of Warcraft player, which is never going to happen, but if every World of Warcraft player unsubbed right now, Blizzard would be like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, but you lack the coordination to make that happen.
That's not difficult. Use their own game.
Yeah, but you'd be violating their TOS at that point.
Fuck their goddamn TOS. They violate human fucking rights. With all the guilds that are in the game, and with as big as many of those guilds are, it wouldn't take much to spread the word around and actually get people to act. Big fucking companies will never change until people, like you and me, make them change. But one or two people won't make anything happen. But hundreds of thousands of millions of people will. It would literally only take everybody to unsub from that game for a week, and they would be in freak-out mode. They would be flying to your house to suck your dick to get you to get back on the game.
Oh my god, man. What is this fucking MMR? Like, what? Did I get stuck with all the fucking lemmings? This other team is just fucking straight shitting on us.
Oh, you gotta love class balancing or team balancing.
Dude, they're just sitting in the fucking respawn screen.
And you know what's
idiots.
happening? And you know what's happening, right? What it is the game probably has that bullshit in it where it pairs you with people that aren't so good because you're good, and so it's trying to balance out the equation. So it's thinking to itself, well, these players suck, you're good, you're as good as two players, so yes, you can help this team win. I hate when games use balancing like that, because that's the same problem that Battlefield has. You'll be playing a game of Battlefield and you'll get stuck in a team that is just absolute fucking garbage. And the reason for that is because the game looks at your score and your stats, and it's like, oh, well, on average, you're getting 12 kills, in a minute. These
game's
players...
not like that, though. Like, you can't do that with this game. Like,
I'm willing to bet...
Even one person is, like, such a massive difference.
That's what I'm saying.
Losing one person.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I'm willing to bet that on their server, they look at player individual stats, and your stats are probably as good as two people, right? So it looks at those players, and it's like, well, all three of these players are trash. They're equal.
Fucking crushing us.
The game is looking at it like, well, three of these players equal two good players. You equal two good players by yourself, so it thinks to itself, oh, okay, I'll put you here, and that balances out the equation.
That's not how that works, though. Like,
no, but that's just a generalization, because it's the only thing.
Right now.
That's the only thing I can think of, right? Because why is it that good players seem to always get put on teams with shit players. It's because the game's trying to balance out the fact that they're shit.
I mean, what the way this game does work, I mean, like, I know how it works, but the rating is, it's supposed to be my number. I have a physical number assigned to my, and I can see the number. Like, in most games, you can't see your number. You just see, like, the letter that you're given. Like, in Rocket League, you're only allowed to see, like, the rank that you are, you know, Diamond 1, 2, 3, Champion 1, 2, 3. But in this game, you can see A, B, C, you know, or minus A, minus B, whatever, plus A, plus B. And you can see a physical number, and that number added together with your team should match the other team's, you know, number or whatever. And then it's predicting whether you're going to win or lose. So if you have a higher number, you're predicted to win. If you have a lower number, you're predicted to lose. So you get bonus points if you're on the losing team and you win.
Right. Well, let's just give an example here. So let's just say...
Jesus Christ, man. Like,
Well,
those guys are so fucking off. Like,
So let's just give an example here. Let's just say your number was 5. And let's say another player's number was 5. And let's just say 5 is a pretty decent number as far as the surface value is concerned. But let's say deeper into the code, you actually look at more mechanics. The number of kills on average. How long, how many deaths does a player typically get, you know, on average? What's their streak? You know, when you actually start to break down what that number means, there could be a whole host of differences between you and the other player that is similarly graded. So then those mechanics are then weighed as a separate set of mechanics that you're not aware of. And a lot of games do that, you know, in part of their balancing. And I hate that shit.
I don't think this game doesn't have that though. It's just, I got luck with the draw.
It, you know, it could be that case.
They're very open about like what they have in this game.
Well, that might be.
They publish all their stat changes every week.
That might be the case. At least they're open as far as that's concerned.
They're like, this is our data. This is why we changed it. This is what we changed it to.
So maybe you can clarify some things for me. I doubt you can. And then most of what I'm gonna ask you is just gonna come off as nitpicking or complaining, but bear with me. I understand that Gundam isn't necessarily meant to be a fast-paced Twitch game, which is one of the reasons why your Gundam or your mech doesn't turn very quickly. I kind of understand that. What's the logic though of imposing that same restriction on the actual player character when you're at base?
I mean,
That is so unfucking comfortable to be running around the hub world.
It's a static thing you use and adjust. It's called turning speed.
Right.
And it's locked to a number. In a mobile suit, you can increase the turning speed by like
Mark a
part,
drop
like
point for your team. You'll lead them
Yeah,
in.
some
I know,
mobile
I
suits
see that.
just naturally have better turning speeds anyways.
Right. Okay.
And also adding things like shields affect your turning speed. So
Right, but taking the mobile suits out of the equation, just you're in the hub world, roaming around, getting quests, and doing upgrades. Why does your physical human character have the same limitations that the mech has imposed onto the character? It is goddamn annoying that I can't turn around quickly and fluidly when I'm at base. And I don't understand the mentality behind not addressing that, other than it would require them to add in another line of code that is an exception to the previous line of code on how rotation is done, which would mean more work. And would also mean that they'd have to spend money, which would also
if they did that in the lobby, they would have to give the character that turn speed.
No, like I said.
It's only one stat.
Like I said, they can separate the two. Clearly they can separate the two, because when you're in the hub world, you're not walking around in a mech. You're walking around as a human. Right? So they can clearly make two different controls
I mean, at the end of the day,
for
it's
the
just
two.
their choice.
And
It's not a Twitch shooter, so like they just don't care.
well, no, I get that it's not a Twitch shooter, but do they not understand comfort? It's not comfortable walking around the hub world, and you need to turn around.
You, but to me, like I don't mind it at all. I actually like that it's slow.
I guess when I'm in the hub world walking around and I want to turn around and look to my left or look to my right, I want to look to my left or my right when I want to look to it, not 3 weeks from now. You know, I fucking shave and then I go to turn around, and by the time I fucking turn around, I gotta go fucking shave again. The fuck? I get the mech part. I totally get the mech part, and I wouldn't expect a fucking skyscraper tall robot to be able to pivot on a dime. But a human? I can physically turn faster in real life than my character can. You know, and that's ridiculous. The game looks like he's fucking 20. No, he looks like he's like 18. And so, like, you're telling me...
That doesn't matter, like... They have like you have a limited out of multitude lighting ability, and I'm glad that it's not twitchy because I've killed people because it's not twitchy.
Okay, so
well,
no, I'm not saying in combat. I'm saying just in the hub world.
Question, I don't know. You have to ask the developers.
Right. I'm saying just in the hub world, it would be nice to have that option, and maybe that's something that they just don't feel is that important. And
you probably don't even know that anybody even cares about that. I mean, I've never even heard that. I've been playing this game since GBO1 like
here's the
5
thing.
years ago.
Well, here's the thing.
No, 8 years ago. Holy shit.
Well, here's the thing. Considering that the game is a Japanese-based game, they don't actually pay attention to what we say on forums anyway.
There is no forums.
There's a Japanese forum.
I really don't. There's not even forums for this. Like, their website, there's nothing.
I'm almost certain there's a place for players to go and talk about the game and submit information.
There's a Reddit, but the Reddit's has no affiliation with the game company. Like,
in the Bandai forums, people can talk and complain about shit, but
I mean, they don't. I would envision them doing anything about that anyway.
Well, like I said, no, they're never going to unless the Japanese players complain. And that's the only thing I'll say that you could consider racist come out of my mouth is that Japanese companies. The game is from Japan, and they might have given Bandai West the ability to run a version of that game's code here for us, but the root of the game is in Japan. And the one thing I can't tolerate, and this is, like I said, this is the only thing I'll ever say that is racist, is that Japanese game designers do not listen to Western players at all, even when the Western players arguably make up a bigger portion of the player base than the Japanese players that are playing the same fucking game. A good example of this was...
If you look at the leaderboards, though, like, there are more Japanese players are way more prominent.
I would say for Gundam, yes. But when you look at a game like, for example, Metal Gear Solid 4, back when it had MGO. Okay, MGO was an amazing fucking idea, but they failed to hit the mark because of one thing. Their combat
didn't... about the original Gundam Online or whatever?
Huh?
The PC?
I said Metal Gear.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll say it again. Back in Metal Gear Solid 4, when we had MGO Online, Metal Gear Online, MGO was arguably an amazing game from so many standpoints. It was one of the first shooter games to incorporate the idea of being able to go into both first and third person view. You had full range of motion of your character, meaning you could lean around corners, hug walls. Not only that, but you had CQC combat, which was one of the first, games that I ever played that actually allowed you to actually have a real fist fight with somebody and not just fucking stab them. You know, there was a real stealth aspect to it, and you actually had a real sense of progression because you actually had skills and things like that that you could spec into and master. Like CQC was one of those skills. The more CQC actions you did, the better at CQC you got. To the point where if you went up against somebody who was a CQC 3 and you were a CQC 2, chances are the CQC 3 guy is going to kick your ass. You know, not always, but that was generally the rule of thumb. The problem...
Sounds like the exact same system that Star Wars Galaxy used back in the early 2000s.
The problem is, and this is something that made no sense. And me and my buddy, we sat up weeks and weeks and weeks, and we chronicled all these problems. First and foremost is combat didn't make any sense. Your characters could sponge so many bullets, it wasn't even funny. I could dump 30 rounds into your chest, and you would just shrug it off. You know, they tried to play it off of the whole SOP system that was in the game. The fact that you've got nanomachines and they make the pain go away. It's like, okay, fine, you know, nanomachines can make the pain go away, but they can't stop massive trauma and blood loss, and they can't stop the fact that I've probably just shot your heart up to pieces. Okay, sure. The problem, though, with that is some players, either through cheats, hacks, and or just because they just got that goddamn good at the game, were able to dome shot you like stupid quick. And it was not literally go to pure point, take a shot at somebody, and it was pointless to do that because if you got shot in the head, it was almost always a fatal hit. And I couldn't understand the logic of that. I can take an RPG to the chest, but if I get shot in the face by a pistol, I'm gonna die. And then they did other things that didn't make any sense, like shotguns. Shotguns had this horrible mechanic of knockback. So, if you were in the range of a shotgun blast, and it didn't outright kill you, what it did is it knocked you to the ground. And you would be unable to do anything. You'd be unable to move, you couldn't fucking blink, you can't even fucking twitch. You're literally at the mercy of the person who's shooting at you, and every shot that hits you stuns you again, and stuns you again. And because you have such an inordinate amount of health, you're literally sitting on the ground sometimes for 3 seconds, unable to do anything.
That's because they're using stun rounds, they're not using lethal rounds. There's a difference.
No, because see, there was the V-ring, and I know what you're talking about. And you could tell the difference when somebody was using a V-ring versus using standard 12 gauge rounds. The standard 12 gauge rounds would still knock you back, and they would constantly stun.
A long time ago.
They may have at some point in time, but that was fucking annoying, and it took fucking... It took what? Moving a goddamn mountain for them to finally address that? The fact is, their game was advertised as a tactical shooter, but nothing was tactical about it because you could dump 20 rounds into somebody and they'd still be fine. Now me and my buddy, and this is what's funny, me and my buddy actually went into a server on our own, and we actually did our own independent tests. We found out that a person, on average, would only take about 6 bullets. Okay, 6 bullets to the chest would kill you. And we did this test from multiple different angles and distances, and on average it was about 6 shots. However, you could be standing 2 feet away from a guy and dump full auto into a person. Out of a 30 round mag, over 15 of your bullets don't register. Now I want you to hear what I said again. 6 bullets will kill you on average, but as soon as you go full auto, you can be standing 2 feet away from a guy. Your barrel is basically up this dude's ass, and over 60% of your magazine just doesn't register. The game just says nope. Oh wait, that one counts.
I mean, it's unrealistic to use full auto in firefighting.
I get that, but to either A, have such poorly coded, optimized systems that can't keep track of the shots being fired. yes, a lot of people did, but the fact is, your gun still had the availability to either go semi-auto, burst, or full auto, depending on what weapon you were using. That a target is 2 feet away from you, your barrel is right in their chest, and out of 30 rounds, you know, over 20 of them just are erased.
Gotta work on your aim, bro.
You're being funny. You're being fucking funny. But you see what I'm saying? It's like over 20 of your rounds just disappeared. And we tested this for weeks. We tested other things like animations. For example, you could be standing in front of a turret and you need to go use the turret. Well, instead of just grabbing the turret like a normal fucking human being, they had this ridiculous animation where you would go to grab the turret, and what your character would do is he would walk up to the turret even though you're already in front of it, and then he would get in position, then he would get his arms out and grab the gun, and then you would start shooting. But then when you needed to get off the turret, instead of just letting go of the turret, you gotta instead do the animation basically in reverse. So you've gotta like get unready, you've gotta let go of the turret, then you've gotta take 3 steps back, spin around and grab your ass, you know, and I'm like, that's fucking stupid. Like, I can't get away from a grenade because it takes 3 seconds for me to get off of a turret. It only takes like 2 seconds for the fucking grenade to explode. But yet, no amount of complaining that we did, that any of the Americans did, were listened to. The Japanese players, they went and said something, and like 2 or 3 people could say something that they didn't like. Fucking the next patch it would be fixed. So, yeah. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, and I hate to say this though, but the Japanese are racist. I still love them though, but they're racist towards the West, because the moment we have a problem with something, they won't address it. But if 3 people complain that the fucking character runs too fast, you know, or
yeah, but that's the same way for the US as well. If someone from a different country says no, half the time they go, oh, well, fuck you.
Well, here's the thing. If enough players are complaining, you would think it'd be in your best interest to look into it at least, right? Arguably, I would say Metal Gear is a bigger game in the West than it is over there in the East. But yet, they didn't look at the numbers of that. They didn't look at the hundreds of thousands of players, maybe even millions of players here playing it. They only were interested in the few thousand, maybe few 100,000, if that were playing it in Japan. And I'm thinking to myself, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. Like, arguably MGO would have been one of the best tactical shooters ever created if they had just fixed arguably the most egregious problem, and that was shooting someone just didn't feel like you were doing anything. It felt like you were shooting marshmallows half the goddamn time, and that was dumb. And then the later life cycle of the game got infected with hackers. I know it had to have been infected with hackers, because there's no way in hell you walk around a corner and immediately get dome shotted. Not once. Now get this. Not once, but twice. So what they would do is, this guy would shoot you in the head with a tranquilizer dart, and in the time it takes for him to swap weapons to another lethal weapon, and before you would fall and hit the ground, he'd dome shot you again and kill you. Absolutely not humanly possible. Nobody is that fast, and nobody is that goddamn accurate. You're talking about doing an action that you have like 0.2 of a second to complete.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
And I watch people do this shit all day. Run around levels, fucking, you know, tranquilizer shot, pistol shot, dead. Tranquilizer shot, pistol shot, dead. And I'm talking about from distances that are absolutely absurd.
Time for the real thing.
It'd be one thing if maybe they were 2 or 3 feet from you or 5 feet from you. I'm talking about when a guy is like 10 meters from you and he's able to do that, you know this motherfucker's cheating. So, you know, MGO had a lot going for it. I will say that MGO2, when they released Metal Gear Solid 5, actually thankfully addressed a few of those issues. People still sponge bullets a little bit, but it was nowhere near as bad. But, you know, arguably if they were to ever reboot MGO the way it was again, but actually fix the technical problems that it had, of which it didn't have many. MGO ran surprisingly very well, very smooth. I don't know what voodoo they were using, but the game lagged without you seeing it. You know how players run in place when the game is lagging? MGO didn't really have that problem. Like, unless the server was really bogged down or fucked, or unless your connection was just really shit, the game was very smooth. I don't know what voodoo those guys were able to come up with to do that, but man, I have to tip my hat to them because that was impressive. It's just, talk about ruining what is supposed to be a tactical experience by making the game anything but actually tactical. How do you justify a guy getting hit 6 times and still being alive with 35-45% of his health, but that same dude can just 2-tap me in the face within a half a second and I'm dead? That game could have been so much more, and they just ignored us. They threw us away. You know, and that was during a time period when SOCOM was still kind of at the height of its career. You know, but also SOCOM was kind of failing too. But man, I would love to see that game come back revamped. You know, the idea of hiding a box again. There's just something appealing about that. You'll never understand how dope it is to hide in a box until you actually are in the scenario where hiding in a box works. I mean, that actually created a whole meta of play, because what that would do is anytime you hit the box, you just immediately don't rise into it. You're just like, fuck it, I'm not even risking it. So you'd see people running around levels just mag dumping on boxes. There'd be nobody in it. It's like, what are you doing? Just making sure. It had cool customization too. It was one of the first shooter games where you could actually really customize your look of your operator. I mean, from your head down to your feet, you could change the color of your uniform, you could change the uniform type. They had all kinds of different pattern options. I'm talking about the game had everything you could want out of a third-person / first-person tactical shooter.
Damn it, I wasn't even close to that shot. Team, get off your fucking ass. Fuck me, sideways.
So, you know, that's really all I have to say about just feel like a lot of games that they put out are good games that could be made better, but they only listen to one market. And I'm like, if that's the case, you know, why don't you just keep your game over there in your market where, you know, the players that play your games,
God.
you know, don't have no problem with it.
Our snipers are fucking stupid. Do your jobs. Jesus. Fucking slaughter. Any fucking backup would be fucking amazing. If that's too much to ask for, my teammate would rather hide in the water behind me and not do anything. Thanks, bro. Appreciate
Well,
that.
Maybe he just doesn't know what to do.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Warzone event lasts for around the next 9 days or so, and this is an event where players can collect up to 16 rewards and also that once they get 16 rewards, you can get and I know some people have been struggling quite a bit with certain areas of the map that sort of looked at, so for example, Superstore, the Dam, and other places like that. So in today's video we'll discuss how to complete the Superstore because I know it's quite frustrating as certain areas don't have a ton of supply crates and lots of people drop at Superstore.
Oh my god,
so
dude.
Quite frustrating and annoying. I'm going to show you guys how to get it done as easy
Getting fucking
as possible.
chain
Basically, I'll go
fucked.
over the main supply crate locations at Superstore and then discuss the best approach
Jesus
to
Christ.
done as best as possible without it being too rage inducing. I'll also throw in some quick tips to challenge done fast.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
They're just butt pumping us so hard. Like we have all the fucking points. Like they can't reinforce, and we're just getting shit on. Like we can't even manage to kill them. Like as a group. Total group effort. Total failure. Total failure. Holy shit.
There'll be a link in the description for that video, and there's rules in the description as well on how to enter the giveaway. Without further ado though, let's get into this guide. So as we said, for this trick-or-treat event challenge, you need to find all 16 rewards around Verdansk if you want that Pumpkin Punisher bonus blueprint. Obviously going to Superstore will get you the course ring, and that'll be one of the 16 rewards that will help you to go towards that bonus blueprint. So basically what you need to do is find crates around Verdansk, pick the blueprint, and then
Alright, that's enough fucking about. Now we do this for real.
find the reward for that region within that supply crate or loot box. It's worth quickly noting that one crate
Plunder. The job's simple. Secure more cash than the enemy.
whereas the crates that don't count
Alright,
just
soldier.
these
Mark a
days,
drop point for your team.
So you see a crate with decent smoke, you've got your sometimes you shoot and then you too far into the map. And the Superstore is quite creative what places to go for, but the exact locations of the crates in this map you go to the end and one place is not going to go to the next. So bear in mind that there's the further the main area you can find is most of the crates in Superstore and you've got your strategy to be closed. So the left side of the Superstore versus the storage house, which is the left side of the storage.
second on the entire scoreboard, still in the losing team. At least I only lost 5 points.
Enemy UAV overhead.
So it's worth having a look in there. There's not as many people go there, so that's less commonly found. It's worth having a look at that one. And then sometimes as well, you come back out of that office and back onto the lower roof. Sometimes it's also hut on the ground floor next to the lower roof. So if you don't know where you see the hut, there's normally one there as well. It's definitely worth having a look in there. It's easy to go for, and sometimes it gets overlooked. So I definitely recommend that. And then after this, you just want to check the downstairs area, the floor underneath the one you just the same area, but also the floor below. Although whether there was to be around, someone has opened them, it's hard to say, but in quite a few games I'm ready to get at least 2 to 3 pieces of normally that's all you need. Normally it'll come
Hostile
out
dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
as low as 1 crate you need to open. You haven't got to do it that many times for it to count. So that's kind of the main part. That's the main part.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming.
I'll be right back, man. I need to bed.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead. Extraction is standing by. Mark an LZ for pickup.
UAV entering the AO.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy dropping into the AO.
See that? Okay, coming back straight out. Everyone's going to be trying to go there anyway. Plus with this juggernaut though, to make it easy for your pet. See that? So I just try to get it back to go into another game. So for that,
UAV overhead.
down the back road, and that camera store, like I said, in the park. That office on the one side, checking all that area, then the other office, then the hut on the ground floor, the downstairs area, and then
Let's do this.
However, if there are many people in that area, as you'll probably find quite a bit, it may be worth playing away temporarily, like for maybe 20, 30 seconds until the other players have killed each other off. I usually want to go to less popular parts of that store first. So for example, left ground floor window, pop in there, look around the edge of the store for some crates, and around the beds for chests and so on. And especially when we're doing this in normal battle royale, because players who die get sent to the gulag. So if you have several people shoot each other, they go to the gulag, they've got to worry about that, and then you can hop back in, focus on the crates. So it depends really. That seems to work quite well sometimes. If you find sometimes that an awful lot of people are going to that place, and you think you're going to get overrun, but not always. So don't cower away. If you think you might be able to do it, then just rush in, try and go to these places. place and get crates and work your way throughout the stores to try and get them out. Now the other thing is that if the flight path is near or over the superstore, it's likely to get more busy, so you need to try and go to the other areas first if this is the case. If you've got no more areas left, it might be worth trying to do it in another game, and you need to get to the superstore as soon as you start the game, like as soon as you got out the plane at the point where the plane's closest to the superstore. Supply drop, obviously you go into sound settings and turn the sound up, but you can also use this dead silence to listen out for any supply crates in the area so you can find them a little bit easier. Now, as I mentioned, if you need a much more detailed guide, there is a card on screen and a link in the description for that video guide for the whole trick or treat event, how to get all the locations completed and the best way to do that, all the locations, that kind of thing. So feel free to check that if you need to.
Get yourself a proper warm-up, we'll be deployed soon. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone. Zombie Royale. Alright, soldier, mark a drop point for your team. The dead will become zombies. Be the last human team standing to win.
Alright, I'm back. What's up? Is Hobo here?
I don't want to ruin this for you. I asked him a lot of questions, okay? We got to the bottom of it. There's a lot of juicy stuff in this video. When I tell you this will be I'm making a YouTube video about some kind of hacker, man. Listen, I didn't do nothing. This is playing Warzone. Videos, watch crazy stuff in this video, man. Have fun with it. If you like the video, don't mind. Make sure you sub to the channel. Ring that bell. There's some fire stuff coming this week. Trust me, a lot of great videos on the way. I think you have to
Shit, I just got fucking executed.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly. Enough practice. Time for the real thing.
When do you finish?
Zombie Royale. Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in. Last human team standing wins.
What's up? Is that you, Hobo? I don't know who else is here. Somebody else is here.
I got all of my right here. Jack, tell me what to do, bro. What the do I do? I'm almost positive, Jack. I'm almost 100. I hate this. You know, but I'm telling you, this dude's full of shit. Dying spectate? I can do that.
was earlier. So did everybody see the world premiere for the Xbox fridge?
This mic is fucking up right now. Sounds like their microphone's like in their sweater vest and they're just like rolling around or something.
So yeah, apparently Microsoft made
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be
a
deploying
refrigerator based on their Xbox Series X design. Based on the meme that was made that the Xbox Series X looks like a refrigerator.
Refrigerator. That looks like one. A square little box.
Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
Have a good one.
Zombie Royale. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team. Last human team standing wins. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Be careful. Zombies are more powerful in the gas. Clear to engage all targets.
You're gonna mess up my fucking tomatoes. Wait, what am I seeing? I watched this. Me, check's going. Oh, good, it is May 1st. Thanos, I used the stones to destroy the stones. Marvel, we used the CGI to create the CGI. Xbox, we used memes to fight memes. People, laugh out loud. Xbox looks like a fridge. Microsoft, done. Now what? People, I don't know. I didn't think it'd go this far. Yeah.
time to warm up. Hostile dropping into the area. Enough practice. Time for the real thing. Fucking away! Plunder. The job's simple. Secure more cash than the enemy. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team. Enemy UAV overhead. Check your fire. Check your fire.
Don't get too bad. I'm just playing a game. Okay, I'm here. Yeah, guys, 56 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. Okay, like in front of you? Other side of the fire station? Okay. Just literally other side of the fire station, outside. I got him. Nice finish, guys. Conditions box here, we did it. I'm chilling. I think I hear more. Be careful. Got some guys. No, we're good. I got the company squad back too. Nice. Practice shoot. In that track. Make sure you be safe.
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon. Enemy soldier incoming. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
According to plan. I can't believe it though, but I mean I can believe it. I mean, what am I saying? Like how can I not believe what I predicted? But yes, the Xbox fridge is now finally a real thing.
Secure cash by completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets. Set a drop point for your team, soldier. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy UAV overhead. Extraction is standing by. Mark an LZ for pickup. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy dropping into the AO. UAV overhead. Enemy dropping into the AO. Hostile dropping into the AO. Enemy UAV overhead. soldier incoming. Enemy soldier incoming. soldier incoming. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Juggernaut armor is You're all casualties. Hostile attack chopper carrying cash. Shoot it down. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. the area. Watch the skies. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.